Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the first plenary session of the 43rd All India Criminology Conference, organized by West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata, in collaboration with Indian Society of Criminology. In the first plenary session, we have two eminent professors for having long experience of in criminology research and teaching. So we have two eminent speakers. The first, in the program sheet, we are having Professor M.Z. Khan, who was supposed to present first, but he allowed Professor N. Prabha Unnithan to present first, and then he will be presenting second. Now to introduce Professor M.Z. Khan. As you all know, in the inaugural session he was introduced, but I have the honor and privilege to introduce him again in this plenary session. Professor Dr. M.Z. Khan, MSW PhD, started his professional career as an assistant professor in Department of Criminology and Forensic Science, Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, in 1962. And he was there in this university till 1978. He served the National Institute of Social Defense, Ministry of Welfare, now Social Justice Empowerment, Government of India, from 78 to 79. And as a professor of criminology in National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, from 79 to 83. New Delhi, and then as a professor of social work from 1983 to 2000, he served as a dean, Faculty of Social Science. Dr. Khan is associated with several government, professional and voluntary organizations. He is past president of Indian Society of Criminology during 1990 to 1996. He was member of the academic committee of the SVP's National Police Academy, Hyderabad. Among the other professional engagements, he is at present a member of the Chhattisgarh Jail Reform Committee. He is widely traveling professional to present and research in several countries. In 1983, Dr. Khan was awarded the prestigious Kumarappa Reckless Award by the Indian Society of Criminology. In 1991, Calcutta University conferred him on a medal for this study, his study on drug dependence. Professor Khan has mentored a large number of PhD scholars, conducted many studies and successfully implemented several research projects sponsored by national and international agencies. Apart from newspaper articles, Dr. Khan has contributed nearly more than 100 papers in scientific journals, published from India and abroad. Besides, he has authored to date 14 books, including Dacoity and Chambal Valley, New Delhi, Inter-India Publication 1981, Attitude of Adolescent Towards Police, Delhi NICFS 1982, Delay in Disposal of Criminal Cases in Court, Delhi NICFS 1982, Drug Use Among the College Youth, Bombay, Somya Publication House, 1985. Work by Jail Inmates, New Delhi, Inter-India, 1989, and on Open Air Jail in India, New Delhi. This was a BPRND publication in 2007. So, sir, I welcome you, and I'll call upon when, as you agreed to speak second. Now I would like to now I have the honor and privilege to introduce Professor Dr. N. Prabha Unnithan. Dr. Unnithan is a professor of sociology at Colorado State University. He was born and brought up in Malaysia, completed bachelor's and master's degree in criminology and forensic science in India, and received his PhD in sociology from University of Nebraska, Lincoln. He had been the faculty member of the Colorado State University since 1987. In 2019, the College of Liberal Arts named Dr. Unnithan as John S. Stern Distinguished Professor. He is also an adjunct professor at University Tinknu Abdul Rahman in Malaysia. Dr. Unnithan's research and teaching involves a broad range of topics related to criminology and criminal justice. He has co-authored books, The Currents of Lethal Violence, State University of New York Press, received the 1995 Distinguished Book Award from Mid-South Sociological Association. He co-authored Guns, Violence and Criminal Behavior in 2009 and Policing and Society, A Global Approach in 2011. Dr. Unnithan compiled and edited Crime and Justice in India, Sage publication in 2013, and co-edited Violence Against Women in India in 2018. It was Rowlett, Taylor and Francis publication. He was editor of Journal of Criminal Justice Education between 1999 and 2002, the Social Science Journal 2006 through 2011, and co-edited Sociological Quarterly from 2016 to 2020. Dr. Unnithan has served as a president of Western Social Science Association from 2014 to 2015. He was elected secretary to the Academy of Criminal Justice Science, serving from 2013 to 2016, and was then elected president of the organization for 2019 to 2020. I welcome you, sir, and I would call upon you to please present your presentation.
I think one fact needs to be mentioned here. Professor Khan was my mentor and the advisor for my master's thesis from what used to be then called Sagar University, now Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, when I was there before moving to the US. So although we have worked with each other on a number of projects, this is the first time I've been able to present something with him and consider it one of my greatest honors. Thank you, Dr. Khan, for allowing me to go first. The topic that we're going to address today, that of Black Lives Matter and police reform, the global echoes of that movement, as well as its implications for Indian criminology, because obviously this is an Indian criminological audience. Before I get to that, I should mention that whenever I introduce myself, whether it's to audiences here or abroad, I always identify myself as an Indian criminologist. So that identity is very important to me. And you will see in some of the things that I'm going to talk about that identity is the central topic here among the various movements that have come to be associated with Black Lives Matter. So the symbol that you see there, the logo, is actually, there's an organization called Black Lives Matter in the US, and it has branches in different parts of the world, mostly in the West. I think it's important to understand that underlying this Black Lives Matter movement, whose history that we will talk about in a minute, there is, of course, the constant, persistent thread of violence that targets African Americans, blacks in the US. That is historical, beginning with the lives of African Americans as enslaved people. The movement itself started after the acquittal of the person who killed Trayvon Martin. This was in Florida in 2013. So this was a very controversial case in the US. So the person who shot and killed Trayvon Martin, who was a teenager at that time, was not a police officer, but had all kinds of connections with the police at that time, and sort of thought of himself as a wannabe, as it's called, police officer. The movement began then, but it sort of took shape and took bigger form in the street protests that followed the police killing. So these are actual police officers shooting and killing people, of Michael Brown, which took place in another state, Missouri, and Eric Garner, which took place in New York. So both these cases, as you can see, 3 cases now in different parts of the country where black men are the targets of police violence. Now, none of this, I think, became nationally prominent, but globally prominent until the choking death of George Floyd that many of you may have seen on television, when it was covered, especially because this happened during the pandemic period in mid-2020. So this research that I'm going to share with you follows the 2 threads that I mentioned earlier on. Black Lives Matter as a social movement and what it stood for. And what it stood for was primarily reform of policing in the US, especially as directed against minoritized communities, whether that be by race or ethnicity. Now, I'm not going to go through each and every one of these points laboriously, but I think it's important to understand that what we mean by police reform, the words police reform, they are different from place to place. In the US, many of you may know, there is no national police system like we have in India. IPS and then, subordinate officers and so on, ranks and so on coming from the local state cadre. I mean, there is no such thing. Policing is very localized. And so reform in that context means something else than in a context like India. Now, what you see to your left are the main planks of what a study commission that was set up under President Obama, a national commission that was set up under President Obama recommended. And what you see to your right after the arrow are what each of those points that was recommended by the Presidential Commission, what those mean in actual practical terms. Just to pick one, use of force standards. The choking death, so there was of Michael Floyd, so there was an idea that use of force standards ought to be specialized and specified, and so the use of chokeholds, which happened, although that was with the officer's leg, not arms, that should be banned. So you can see how this gets translated practically, empirically. So one interesting thing to me when we were all confined at home and wearing masks in public in the mid-2020s, mid-2020, and we only communicated with each other via Zoom or the internet or telephones, whatever. So one of the most interesting things for me was to see how the BLM movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, sort of had resonance in other countries. Now, it's important to understand that the process of minoritization, in other words, treating a group of people as though they're separate and unequal, doesn't happen only in the US. I mean, we're talking, of course, of a movement that was inspired by the US, by what happened in the US, but it happens, these kinds of actions take place in pretty much every country that we can think of. I think one of the quotes that I remember at the time was that there is a George Floyd in every country. All right, so that had resonance in other countries. And it's interesting to us because many of these other countries have not necessarily experienced the history that we're talking about of this conflict between, racial conflict between whites and African Americans. So I got together with a doctoral student of mine, Chris Maloney, and we talked about starting a research project into this phenomenon of Black Lives Matter starts in the US, becomes a global phenomenon, and takes different manifestations in different parts of the world. And so basically this was accomplished through a process that I guess we would describe as data mining, internet scraping, whatever it is that you choose to characterize it. That was a research method. So all these countries had these Black Lives Movement inspired protests. And the other part of the question that I was interested in, because remember, Black Lives Matter ultimately wanted police reform, was did police reform take place in these other countries as well? Now, it's only been 3 years. It's probably a little too quick to say, whether or not police reform has taken place or not taken place, although in some of these countries that you see listed, you will find that there have been serious attempts to reform policing as it deals with racial, ethnic, and other minority groups of one kind or the other. So, looking at those list of countries, I should mention a couple of things before we move on to looking at each one of them individually. First of all, there is a preponderance of countries that purport to be or are democracies. Okay, so there's you're not seeing Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia in this list of countries that had Black Lives Matter inspired protests. At the same time, there's also, you can see, a preponderance of countries where English is spoken, not necessarily in all cases, but at least in many of those, and which were former British colonies. I'm not imputing anything here other than to say that when you scrape information from the internet, what you get is a preponderance of English language publications, which then affects the kind of findings that you have. So I just point that out to you. So let's look at each one of these countries that I listed in that earlier slide. This is a protest from Black Lives Matter Australia. Now here you can see that the protest deals with indigenous native populations. The native population of Australia, despite whatever our image may be of it, is not white. So there was a native population, a Aborigine population, although I don't think that term is preferred anymore, that are targeted by the criminal justice system. And you can see the result there. There are protests in Brazil. Now, we don't think of Brazil as having racial conflict. However, there is a system of demarcation that's based on the color line, as in skin color. And so what you see there, that is in Portuguese. I don't speak Portuguese, but I can always plug it into Google Translate and find out what that means. So vidas negras importan essentially means, Black lives are important, or Black Lives Matter. And here's another one that I was sort of interested in, the other poster that says, or the other placard that says, O diabo veste farda. So the devil, O diabo, veste, wears. So, you can see this in Indian languages too, vastram, vastra, right? This is also used here. And farda is vardi in Indian languages. So the devil wears uniforms, which shows their attitudes towards the police there. This is Black Lives Matter Canada, Indigenous again, so Indigenous people or Native populations. In Canada are referred to as First Nations. So the police and criminal justice system unequally targets Native populations there, Indigenous populations. And you can see a Black Lives Matter protest taking place there. Now what's interesting is what is in this picture is what's shown in the background, which is two police officers, Canadian police officers. One you can see quite clearly, the other one is blocked by the placard, who are kneeling in support of the Black Lives Matter movement, which is something that is pretty rare to find in other countries. Black Lives Matter Denmark. Now, we don't think of the Danes as having minority populations, but you can see from the composition of that group that there are people who are immigrants, refugees, etc., from other countries who are non-white. Again, Google Translate tells me that the poster at the back essentially means recognize your privilege, as in, white people, you should recognize your privilege. Majority population should recognize its privilege. This is Black Lives Matter France, similar to what we're talking about with regard to Denmark. My 1 year of high school, well, sorry, not high school, pre-university French is not that great, but again, that literally means I cannot breathe. J'arrive plus à respirer. Some of you may know this French better than me. So I cannot breathe, and essentially, that was what George Floyd was saying just before he died of being choked at the foot of the police officer. Okay. Now this probably is a surprise. This is Black Lives Matter Indonesia. We don't think of Indonesia as having issues, majority-minority conflict. They're all Indonesians. Well, actually, there is a minority of people who are from the island of Papua New Guinea. If you look in the map, you'll see it's the furthest end of the string of islands that consist of Indonesia. Indonesian is very similar to Malay, which I think was mentioned that I grew up in Malaysia. So the Segera Tarik military organic, non-organic, essentially means Segera here is shikra, as in quickly, get rid of, pull back all the organized and non-organized military forces from the land of the Papuans. So essentially what we're talking about is the beginnings of an independence movement by this island that's out there. Israel. So Black Lives Matter Israel. And again, you can see the people who are there. And again, we think of Israel as being primarily a Jewish state, but there's a prominent Arab minority population in the territorial confines of Israel, as well as people who migrated from other parts of the world. And there's a color line there as well. The people who migrated, Jewish people who migrated from Europe, looked down upon Jewish people who migrated from other parts of the world, North Africa, and actually some from India too, specifically in Kerala, from Kerala and Mumbai. This is Black Lives Matter Italy, and the poster in Italian says "Racism kills." All right. Black Lives Matter Japan. Again, Japanese police target minority groups, especially people who have come from abroad for work purposes, as well as people who are of Korean origin. So many of us may not know this, but there is a substantial population of Korean origin. Now, they're Japanese for all intents and purposes, have been there for many generations, but are looked down upon by the majority Japanese. Black Lives Matter New Zealand. So again, the same thing that you saw with Australia, the minority there being the native population, the Maoris. Aotearoa is, as I understand it, a term for, in native languages, for New Zealand. Now, here's a majority black population, right? Nigeria. They have a Black Lives Matter movement, inspired movement too. Now, what's interesting here is that this consists of people from other parts of Africa, non-Nigerians, who are targeted by the Nigerian police, especially this acronym that you see called SARS. Now, we often think of SARS as some kind of disease, but actually what it stands for is Special Anti-Robbery Squad. So this was a squad of the Nigerian police that targeted robbers, supposedly, but really was targeting people, whoever it is, that they didn't happen to like. And here's the United Kingdom, which we've talked about briefly earlier on, but we all know that there are tensions there, and the police are often accused of targeting individuals who are non-white. Now, you may saw I went through this alphabetically, but skipped over India, because I wanted to show you in a little bit more detail that these Black Lives Matter movement has had its echoes in India too. Here's one, Dalit Lives Matter. And this deals with the Rohit Vemula case at the University of Hyderabad. Dalit Women Lives Matter. So, caste, and you have gender added in here. This is also a protest that was held around that time. And then religion, Black Lives Matter, which I believe this was in Kolkata, as in, the Muslim Lives Matter. The recent farmer protests. So, they could have picked any slogan that they wanted, and they picked this particular slogan. So, caste, gender, religion, and then now occupation. So it's interesting how all of these various social movements spread out across the world. We have touched every continent, by the way, right? They all took inspiration from this Black Lives Matter movement and found it interesting and useful, important and useful in their own struggles. So this leads to a question that I think we, in India should think about and ponder on, and criminologists should work on in terms of, broadening what criminology does, which is to consider context. What is the social context in which policing occurs, and who is it targeting on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis? So subordinate groups, in other words, these minoritized communities, these groups that are powerless, less powerful, may protest various conditions of life, and then police are then used to either generate or to exacerbate protests. A lot of things that we see where protests result from an actual incident, or they may result from what happens as a result of street protests themselves. So it leads us to the question, contextually, what does the criminal justice system do in terms of social oppression? Does it always have to be the tool of the majority group? And in that case, what is the prospect for police reform in countries where it becomes that kind of tool? Now, we talked a little bit about the internationalization of these protest movements. Late in the study, I came across a term that is used in the social movements literature and sociological literature. It's called glocal, which essentially means that there are local incidents, local events, local movements that represent something that is global in nature. Okay, so it's not that Black Lives Matter US told people in Israel or Denmark or whatever, why don't you protest your conditions? They're picking those things up and running with it. Okay, so clearly here we have the role of social media involved. So speaking of science, technology, and all of that, social media as something that magnifies social protests and then allows people to organize and get onto the streets. We saw it with the Arab Spring movement, and then we see it also with what you're seeing here in the Black Lives Matter movement. So the idea, again, overall, is when we think of broadening our research on crime and justice, yes, it's all well and fine to look at science, technology, and biotechnology, all of that kind of stuff. Important, and I'm not putting that down. But let's think of what is actually happening to people on a daily basis, as I said, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis, in terms of, when they sort of think about, life is really hard and tough and difficult, and I want to do something to improve that myself. And the way I'm going to go about doing that is by protesting in the streets, and then the police come down on you like a ton of bricks, and all of a sudden, you see the tragic results. All right. If you're interested in the results of the first part of this project, which is sort of looking at the globalization of Black Lives Matter, please feel free to go read this chapter in a book that is being published early next year. It's kind of in the process. It's called No Justice, No Police, and the politics of protest and social change. And what I just presented to you is a chapter in that. Now, the next part of this, as I mentioned at the beginning, is to go ahead to look at whether or not these have generated reform, whatever reform means in those countries, right? We saw what it means in the US. Okay, last thing, I just want to thank my research assistant, who I mentioned at the beginning, Chris Maloney. He is now, so that I insisted on putting the PhD because he's now graduated and gotten his PhD and everything, for his impeccable research assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor N. Prabha Unnithan. Sir, thank you for taking us to the journey of the Black Lives Matters, and you took us through various countries where Black Lives Matters actually were supported by the minority minority people of that particular country. And you took us in a beautiful manner where you said that people from the country where black themselves belong, they also use the theme to actually come up with us saying that, you know, the stop SAR, the SAR as if kind of a virus which is there, and police who are there, who are targeting the minorities of Nigeria to be actually dealt with hard, and a fist photograph was shown by you. So taking from there, you took us to India, and you compared similar kind of movements which took in India, which also actually where minorities fought for their right and movement. And then lastly, you talked about how science and technology is helpful in organizing these kind of movements, and social media playing a very important role in actually allowing these organizations to put up their protest worldwide, globally. So thank you, sir. Now I would call upon Professor Dr. M.Z. Khan. Sir, topic of sir is criminal justice system, research, context and issues. Help me. Please, sir.
Only to type this. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to strike a note. Professor Dr. Prabha Unnithan, to me, is like Arjuna. I consider myself to be, what you know, the Rona Chal. Second clarification which I would like to offer is that my address is not to specialists. It is mainly meant for young researchers, whether they are research scholars or green lecturer. It is addressed to them, and if you appreciate it, I will be thankful to you. If not, then you should go to Professor Chakravarti. He wanted me to speak on some such topic which will be of greater interest or greater relevance to young researchers. Now here we have some elementary information on criminal justice system. Number of authors and writers and thinkers, they agree that criminal justice system is a distinctive feature of civil society, particularly in democratic countries like USA or India or UK or what you have. And it provides peace and tranquility for individuals and groups so that they are able to exploit their talent to the fullest, experience growth, and contribute to societal growth, societal development. Then some bookish definitions have been given of what is criminal justice system. Mind you, these are very loose definitions. Criminal justice system, as you know, is very loose structure, say analytical wise or functional wise. Anyway, in India, criminal justice system is supposed to have 4 sectors: police, prosecution, judiciary, and corrections. Mind you, certain researchers and certain writers have also included legislature into criminal justice system. We can debate on this, whether criminal justice system includes legislature or does not. If it does not, I would be personally very happy the way our legislatures function, not only in India but in many other countries. Now, criminal justice research. Again, bookish information is given in the opening paragraphs. That is, it is a prime mover of human civilization. Here, the point to be kept in mind is that research is something which provides vigor and vibration to disciplines. And we don't have to worry about common sense. Common sense is a bad master. Now, for this, you have to pay attention to not to Greek philosophers, but what happened afterwards, some 400 years ago, empiricism and what you have, which calls upon that not only we should have open eyes, but we should have also open mind. Now, what are criminal justice issues pertaining to India? Maybe some of these are also applicable to other countries, but I am specifically mentioning that mismatch between accusatorial system of justice, which we have in India. There are a few exceptions like income tax and others, where from accusatorial system it has gone the French way, the Napoleonic Code. But does it match accusatorial system of justice? Does it match with the culture and ethos of this country? That is the one question. Then compatibility of colonial criminal justice system with 21st century. Here I would like to remind you, in Vice Chancellor's chamber we were having some pre-inaugural session, and there we talked about jails or correctional system in India. Now we have Indian Penal Code, which was originally framed by colonial powers. We have Prisons Act 1893. And look into it and you will find many funny things are there. So it is, these are the positions because of which, my exposure to you, ladies and gentlemen, would be compatibility of colonial criminal justice system with 21st century ethos. Now, ability of criminal justice system to grapple with cult of violence. If one person is committing a crime, it is crime. And if many people are committing, forget riot and other provisions in the Indian Penal Code. If more people, 20 people are committing same crime, it becomes a movement. So, how to, is our criminal justice system capable of dealing with that? So that is now we can move on to police organization, the first sector in criminal justice system. Some very basic elementary information has been given over here pertaining to India, that it's a very complex organization. Police in India is a very complex organization. Article 22, then Police Act 1861, CRPC and many other legal documents there which provide for the structure and functioning of the police. Then police wings. large number of, very difficult to keep in mind how many specialized police wings are there at the central level. When I say central, I am referring to federal level. And how many organizations are there at the state level in 35 states and union territories in India? How many type of organizations are there? So that is not important. The important thing is that you pay attention to police strength in the country and try to compare what we have in many other countries. Now here the elementary data which is available from official documents. In India we have 800 police districts, some 17,000 police stations, and average is about 199 policemen per lakh population. Now in many countries it is more than double or more than 50%. Then main functions as were conceived by Lord Macaulay way back 1858 were crime prevention, main police functions, crime prevention, crime investigation and maintenance of law and order, including VVIP bandobast. Now police officers would tell you what is the position, and you know this is the priority also. Crime prevention, crime investigation, maintenance of law and order, this is also the priority of police in India, in other countries, and particularly in India. This was the thing which was conceived by Lord Macaulay. That was the first law commission in India. But as of now, any police officer would tell you that this pyramid has been reversed. Most important is VVIP bandobast, followed by law and order. And that's why you can very well see that when our police is there, when crime has occurred, not that where crime is about to occur, no. Because pyramid is reversed. Similarly, we can highlight what are the police research issues. Police research issues. Now we are lucky that we have certain governmental organizations which provide you basic data. NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau, Uniform Crime Reports in United States of America. And here we have, and you know, NCRB work, similar work is not available for more than maybe half a dozen countries. So anyway, NCRB compiles information on crime in India, accidental deaths and crime, and prison statistics. And these are very basic documents to provide. Similarly, BPR&D and ICFS and many other organizations, they conduct some research. But there are many issues towards which young researchers' attention must go. Number one, and I would like to listen to you about police autonomy and police accountability. You know, there are certain police officers in the country, very competent, very accomplished. They argue that police should be liberated from legislature or political forces. But how about responsibility? Police accountability? Well, there should be a balance. Now, do we have important data or important empirical evidence to show whether we require autonomy or we require accountability, anyway, or a balance between the two? Then one of my friends, who was happened to be director of NPA, National Police Academy, Hyderabad, he conducted a study on this issue, namely shift system. Now, in most organizations in India, you have shift system. Do police people have any shift system? Then SWOT analysis and crime prevention activities in rural areas. This is one sore point. You know, some 50 years ago, crime prevention in rural areas or prevention activities in rural and tribal areas were there substantially. But now they have become sort of, say, they have been reduced to only notionally. Then, of course, new problems, our attention should go. namely white-collar crimes. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Hello? May I have your attention, please? Now, I was mentioning that we have several newer forms of crime coming rather very substantially, including white-collar crimes, economic offenses, cyber crimes, and what you have. Some basic data has also been given over here. Corruption in police. Do we have corruption in police? Well, West Bengal government ages ago had set up an inquiry on corruption. Now, police were ranked only 13th. In terms of corruption, police in West Bengal were rated only at rank number 13, which were the departments which were number 1, number 2, economic departments, industries department, electricity department. It is for you to conduct research. And now we move on to prosecution in India. After 1973, we have a separate department, according to CRPC, we have a separate department for prosecution. But it continues to be there in many states and union territories as part of police organization. Anyway, I would not go into details, but one thing is there, that prosecution in India faces many problems which need to be investigated, including fresher and refresher training of prosecutors. Well, I have participated in some of the training programs for prosecutors in some states, but it is not very regular. So that is one problem. Then regularity of prosecution supporting investigation officer. Prosecutors are expected to oversee the work of the crime investigating officers, maybe sub-inspector police or inspector police. Is it being done properly or not? And we shall see a little later that what is happening with the cases in the court, a little later. But anyway, this role of prosecutors helping and supporting investigation officer needs to be examined, needs to be researched. Then involvement and vigor of prosecutors, like district attorney in United States of America, are our prosecutors very vigorous or very passionate about the success of the case? A big question mark. And we have absolutely no research information on this. Then quality of prosecution of criminal cases in courts, again, has to be investigated. Acquittal rates. Now, we have adversarial system of justice in this country. Similar jurisprudence is there in UK and USA, but in their case, conviction rate is substantially higher than what we have in India. Official data go to show that acquittal rate in India is more than 90%. So, prosecution does need your... Now we move on to something which is known as holy cow, namely judiciary. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is holy cow, not very easy to comment upon or involve. But anyway, some basic information is there that India has had a tradition of judiciary beginning with Vikramaditya, then Emperor Jahangir, then in modern times we have judiciary which came into existence with the rule of East India Company around 1857. So anyway, what is the position of judiciary in India at present? We have some constitutional provisions which are mentioned here on the slide, and I would like to draw your attention to judicial manpower. Namely, we have Supreme Court of India, some 25 high courts, and then some 20,000 or more than 20,000 district courts. Now, what is the ratio between judicial officers and population? In India, it is very low. In India, it is 21 judicial officers per million population, as compared with what we have in UK, 50, in Canada, 75, in United States of America, 107. Law Commission of India, way back in 1987, recommended 50 judicial officers per million population. But that was 1987. Much water has flown under the bridge. Has something been done? What are the main functions is given over here. You can have a look at the slide. I would like to economize on the time and crave your indulgence on the research issues surrounding judiciary. Now, we have several research issues, policy and financial inputs in states for the development of judiciary. First of all, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that India earlier on, for a good 50 years, had gone for planned development. But criminal justice system as a whole, particularly judiciary, have not been included into planned development. So what is the policy and financial inputs in states? Well, one of my students conducted a study in Maharashtra, and he came out with the findings that there are courts in the veranda, there are courts under the huts, and in Delhi we have courts at Tisarari or other places. We have courts and courts in small cubicles. So financial input, policy and financial input for judiciary in India has been very small. Now, what is the position of delays, backlog? This morning when we were interacting with certain officers, judicial officers, I avoided mentioning this thing. What is the delay position? Now, in Supreme Court of India, the latest data go to show 94,000 cases are pending. 94,000 cases are pending. In high courts, 25 high courts in the country, some 58 lakhs of cases, criminal cases are pending. And if you turn your attention to district courts, 4 crores, can you believe it? 400,000, 4 crores. These are official figures. Now, culture of adjournment is the main, and our Justice Bakshi, he agreed with this idea that main problem with courts is culture of adjournment. Now, why adjournments? Mainly the issue of adjournment is brought up by the Defense Council. And my query to defense officers in India, ASJ level and sometimes higher, has been that how come you all the time are ready to oblige the Defense Council? But anyway, adjournment. And I also quoted one of my old studies where for 1 day's judicial processing, 125 days waiting. Now, to horrify you, in some northern states, even cases under 302, they take as much as 12 years or 15 years to be decided at the first level, at the ASJ level. And revision and appeal, if you consider it, then NLU Delhi had conducted a study, how many people are there at the death row. Some of the persons who have been given capital punishment, they are on the death row for as long as 25 years. Now, what type of deterrence will it give when the case is being decided after 12 years, or execution is done, or life imprisonment is awarded after 25 years? Anyway, That is the position of. Now, we criminologists and law people have to pay attention to what are the possibilities, what are the alternatives. Now in this country, we had the institution of honorary magistrates. Young people sitting over here would not be able to know it. Honorary magistrates. Some matriculate would be. And what is the problem with law graduate and matriculate? If matriculate is deciding only on petty cases, but honorary magistrate institution has been abolished. Then we had judiciary, jury system. Now jury system was there for quite long in this country, from 1665 to 1958. Should I close? Thank you. So judiciary system has been closed down. What for? And it continues to be there in many other countries. But we have abolished judiciary system. Then anyway, I would skip and mention that our evidence procedure, Evidence Act, does require a hard look. Why? The things which were 24 karat gold 150 years ago, they have undergone a change. Now, Evidence Act has become so ritualistic that it has become a motto unto itself. So anyway, this is the position of, now we move on to the next one, namely correction. Well, this one got stuck up. Will anybody come and help me? It should work now. Thank you. Now we may pay attention to corrections, the third, rather fourth component of criminal justice system. Now, it has been there in India. We take pride to mention that it has been in India for 2,500 years. There is one book, Arthashastra by Kautilya. It has a full chapter on criminal justice system, including some 3-4 pages. I am referring to Samashastri's translation of Arthashastra, 3-4 on jails. So, during the times of Kautilya's time, we had jails. But when Mughal rule or Muslim rule came into, then jails or corrections, they were not in fashion. But East India Company, beginning with 1757, have revived the prison system or correctional system. So anyway, the first component of correctional system happens to be probation. Now, as we know, probation was started in the United States of America somewhere in 1840s. Then in India, it was introduced 1925 in public sector. It has been started in India, in the two states of India, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra, in 1936. But we have the legal framework, probation of 1958. No, you are right. You are right. The probation in public sector was started in state of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra in the year 1936. This law was brought on the statute book and you're right, in 1958. We have provisions in criminal justice procedure. We have also provisions about probation in JJ Act, Juvenile Justice Act. So anyway, as far as implementation of the scheme is concerned, we have district probation officer, and what you have. I am yet to go through your study, but my estimate is that there are about 2,500 probation officers in the country. Now, probation research has has not been done the way it should have been done. We have models of probation in Japan, in Singapore, where we have voluntary probation officers, and the scheme is working very well. And it has comparative advantage of costs. Those who are eligible for probation, I'm not questioning eligibility or shrinking or expanding the eligibility level, but those who are eligible for probation, their cost comparison need to be studied. Then promotion policy in probation officers. When we were sitting in your chamber, I wanted to mention this thing to Justice Bakshi, that the states which I know, and I know quite a few states in the country, all the probation officers all the time inclined, or they push the thing that they are absorbed as assistant jail superintendent or jail superintendent. Very few of them like to be probation officers. This needs to be studied. Then revocation of probation. No study in India is available. Which are the probation cases where revocation has taken place? Now let me explain. Those probationers, those convicts who are released on probation, if they are not conducting themselves satisfactorily, then probation officer is supposed to file an application in the court, and the probation is revoked, and the person, the probationer, is sent back to jail. It is conditional release. Probation is conditional release from jail sentence. So he should be said. How many revocations? In many developed countries, revocation is taken to be an indicator of the success of the implementation of probation scheme. This needs to be studied. That is my indulgence for young researchers. Now we move on to the last sector of criminal justice system, namely prisons in India. We have the law 1894 Prisons Act. You look into those 23 provisions in the Prisons Act 1894. Some of the provisions are very funny. Penal right, can you believe it? Our Prisons Act contains one section, penal right, then gunny jacket. These are the measures for disciplining the, but anyway, law is of 1950. Then we have the jail manual. After, this fact is not known to many of you. That is, before 1920, prisons were central subject. After 1920, gradually, these have become state subject. So that is the position. As of now, in India, we have some 1,300 prisons, including some 140 central jails and blah, blah. Some data are here. You can look into it. Anyway, I will move on to what are the research issues. First thing towards which I would like to emphasize, our jails are overcrowded and understaffed. They are not only overcrowded but also understaffed. The other thing which I had mentioned earlier, I would like to recall over here, that no policy or financial provision has been made in planned development or otherwise for the expansion of jails. I have seen certain jails in the country where, work programs have been sacrificed. So, we need to conduct a study as to whether jails are able to, then role of monetary and non-monetary incentives for the performance of jail officials. So anyway, as far as prisons in the country are concerned, they are a big organization and very important organization and require research inputs. So these are some of the issues towards which I would like to draw your attention. Well, I would be only too happy to respond to your questions or queries. Thank you.
Amit, thanks to bole de apni felicitate. Thank you, Professor M.Z. Khan, for taking us to the journey of the research areas which are there. You have given enough areas for the upcoming teachers and young researchers who can go through the different issues which are there, which needs deliberations and empirical research in particular to, to show us the position which what is there in the ground level. With these few words, I would now like Professor, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, to facilitate Professor Dr. M.Z. Khan for the deliberations. And, sir, M.Z. Khan, sir. Sir's mementos have been already shared in the dais in the inaugural session. So we are thankful and grateful to you. Now I would like to call upon sir to facilitate our Professor Dr. N. Prabha Unnithan. A small token of appreciation. Photographer ka? There is a small announcement. Thank you all. There is a small announcement. We have come to the end of the plenary session. There is a small presentation of the posters prepared by the forensic science students. In both the sides of the hall, we have MSc forensic science students who have put up their posters in the when we come out of the hall right side, and in the left side our LLM students specializing in criminal law and security, their posters have been put up. LLM students, due to their exams which are taking place, they are unable to make any presentations, but forensic science students will make, and it is a very brief presentation. And after that we are requesting all the paper presenters, the chair and the co-chair. हाँ हाँ वही तले प्रोजेक्ट पोस्टर सरप्राइज हाँ 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 you see and move and please go to the respective rooms which are allotted for the parallel sessions, and there are the volunteers who will help you out. It is majorly in the third floor and the second floor. My pleasure, sir. Sir? Yes, paucity of time, sir.
Oh, thank
We will start in another 2-3 minutes. We are just waiting for one more sessions to get over. Our volunteers, please ask the delegates to come to the room. We are going to start in another few minutes. Our IT expert, if you can come here. Good evening, everyone. We are almost end of the first day, so with the last session of the first day, second plenary session of the day, and we have among us two eminent criminologists, professors who are going to address us today. In the beginning, we have Professor M. Dan McGure. She is Associate Professor, Criminology and Criminal Justice, St. Louis University. She is also Director of JD programs and BA programs from 2019 till now. She is Acting Director of Masters in Administration of Justice. She was in the year 2005. Director of Criminal Justice from 2010 to 2012. Since joining the faculty of St. Louis University, she has taught wide variety of subjects on criminal justice courses and other area, as well as the development of curriculum, research, etc. She has worked in few organizations. She has experience as a practitioner also. There is a many award bestowed upon her. So she was Graduate Teaching Award winner of 2019 and 2020. She was awarded Emerson Excellence in Teaching Award 2015, Innovative Teaching Fellowship 2015, nominated for the College of Arts Science Undergraduate Teaching Award 2011, nominated for the College of Arts Science Undergraduate Mentoring Award 2011. She has developed and taught continuing education class on avoiding sections 1983 liability for police command staff. Summer research awards. So the number of awards she got is endless. So we are really fortunate and we are lucky to have her among us for this plenary session. During this today's plenary session, she is going to speak on topic understanding serial killers through criminology. Before we invite her for addressing us, I request my colleague, Professor Dr. Kavita Singh, to a small token of appreciation from our side to present her memento and
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
नहीं बात अच्छा कर देते हैं We have among us Professor Dr. P. Madhava Somasundran. I don't think he need introductions anymore. We all know him. He is guru of our gurus. He was saying to MZ Khan sir as a guru. So sir is here with us. He is head of divisions training, National Institute of Social Science Defense. So I request Dr. Kavita Singh to Felicitate her, yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, we already started 15 minutes late, so I will, we have kept around 55 minutes we have with us, so I request both the panelists will speak around 20-25 minutes each, and we'll have a time at least 20 minutes for questions answer where the can address. So to begin with, it's in the schedule it was says P. Madhav Sundaram name was first, but many people says that Sundaram sir, we have heard him in the morning. Again, we will hear him so late in between. Madam should speak first. So over to you, ma'am, to address today.
Great,
So you can use microphone.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here, and thank you very much for having me. Okay, my talk is about understanding serial killers through criminology. I started teaching this class about 15 years ago to trick our undergrads into taking a crim theory class, right? And we use serial killers as sort of the lens. I then became very interested in serial killers, and the class was popular, so here we are. Okay, so my current project, Keith Hunter Jesperson, he's known as the Happy Face Killer. He is an over-the-road, well, he's in prison now, an over-the-road trucker. He claims to have killed 185 people. Now, the FBI has identified a number of truckers who they suspect in the highway-related killings. There's been over 500 bodies found near highways in America in the last couple of decades. So he obviously contributed to that, though he is probably lying about 185. A lot of these guys, once they're really caught, they want to be like the worst serial killer. So you really have to take what they say with a grain of salt, right? Okay. All right. The reason why he is called the Happy Face Killer is he would send letters to the media with little smiley faces on them. And his first homicide, this woman who happened to live in Oregon, was in an abusive relationship. And when this body was found, she thought, I will pin it on my husband, and then he'll go to prison, and I won't have to deal with him anymore. Problem solved. So she goes and talks to the police, and she eventually ends up implicating herself. She's completely making this up, by the way. They both go to prison. They're convicted of first-degree murder, and they get life in prison. So that sort of derailed the police because that first investigation went down a rabbit hole. Anyway, he killed 6 more women for sure, maybe some more, and he probably would have had a lot longer career. Like if you're familiar with Gary Ridgway, because like Gary Ridgway, he preyed on sex workers. But the 8th person he killed was his fiancée. So, when a woman dies, you look at the man she's involved in, right? That's the first person you try to clear. So they looked at him, and then they figured it out. Okay, so that's who he is. Here's a picture of him when he was arrested, and here's just a few of his many letters that he put a little smiley face on. The 5 of 5 he's referring to, he was at a body count of 5 at that point, because he was sending them letters before he was apprehended. Okay, so his victims. He has 8 confirmed kills. All of them were women. He encountered them primarily in the West. Usually they were strangers. He encountered them at truck stops. Some, probably most, were sex workers, and he was caught when he killed his girlfriend. This is a quote from him. He said, I had a transient lifestyle. They were victimized because they were in my lifestyle. And that made me think of Felson's routine activities theory, which basically says if there's an appropriate offender or a motivated offender, an appropriate victim and a motivated offender, if they converge in time and space, in the absence of capable guardianship, crime will occur, okay? And I thought it'd be interesting to apply that to Jesperson. The way this started was the Missouri Historical Society called me and said, hey, you do serial killers. We have a big box of letters from Keith Jesperson. Would you like to look at them? And I said, yes, I would. And so I'm looking at them. I'm more interested in the women he didn't kill, because obviously he encountered a bunch of women, a bunch of sex workers during the time period he was active killing. He didn't kill them all. And so my question is there some type of guardianship that is deemed capable by people like Jesperson that would cause them to not victimize a particular sex worker? Ridgway made comments about, well, a woman who was with another woman. When she got in my car, I didn't want to have a witness. And so I want to start with Jesperson, and if that, looks like it's providing useful information, the idea would be to try and expand that. This is exploratory research at this point, but obviously target hardening, things that would help sex workers protect themselves, would be of value. Okay, so serial killers. We don't know very much. The U.S. government keeps crime data, but they don't keep data on serial killers, right? So the Uniform Crime Report doesn't have entry for serial killers. So we can't even agree on what it is. The definition of serial killing, I would say the most common one, the most accepted one, the one most academic articles use, is kills 3 or more people in a separate incident with a cooling off period between the murders. So there's got to be enough period. What we define as cooling off is sort of resuming normal life. So if you're Andrew Cunanan and you're on the run and you're killing people as you go, that's a spree killer. That's not a serial killer. Serial killers sort of resume their normal life. It's a cyclical thing. The feds have lowered their definition down to 2. Probably for reasons not related to the phenomenon, but they've done that. And then other definitions that have been proposed either require that the murder be fantasy driven, that there be premeditation involved, that there be a specific interval of time, that there be a psychological motivation of some kind, or that the victims be strangers or of lower social status. That was Steve Egger's contribution. Okay, so we haven't really quite decided what the definition is, but the most common one is the 3 or more. When we try to classify serial killers, originally we talked about organized and disorganized. Organized killers are people who plan, they premeditate, they bring the weapon with them, they usually have some sort of a setup. Disorganized killers, impulsive, use a weapon of convenience, usually just leave the body where it falls. An organized killer is much more likely to try and cover their tracks, maybe dump the body at another location, sometimes posing is involved. So we originally conceived of that as dichotomously. There were organized killers and disorganized killers. But the empirical record suggests that most killers are actually mixed. That, serial killers don't read the books, so they do what they do, right? And they don't neatly fall into these categories. So that's kind of not so used anymore. Other ways of talking about serial killers sometimes make reference to motive, like psychosexual. In fact, some people almost limit serial killers to psychosexual killers, right? Not everyone, if you have one of those definitions that's requiring that sort of a motive. But the 3 types that fall into the psychosexual category would be power and control killers. That's someone like Gary Ridgway. He made all kinds of comments about, I did it to get control over those B words, stuff like that. Thrill killers are people who just enjoy killing. They think it's fun. Dean Corll's an example of that. He reportedly said to one of his victims before he killed him, I'm going to kill you, but I'm going to have my fun first. And he made all sorts of comments about how he just thought it was fun to sexually assault and murder young boys. Jeff Dahmer was more of a lust killer. That's another type. And then hedonistic comfort killers are really quite different from psychosexual killers. Their motivation is instrumental of some kind. Money is usually the motive, but it could be something else of value. Sometimes it's just because your absence will make their life more, pleasant in some way. Examples of that are Bel Gunnis and Richard Kuklinski. Kuklinski was a hitman for the mob in New York. Bel Gunnis was a Norwegian immigrant who would put ads in Norwegian newspapers saying, I have a farm, I need a man to come help me run it, sell all your stuff and bring your money and come here and help me run the farm. And then she would murder them. They found the remains of around 40 people on her farm. She also killed her children and stuff like that. And probably faked her death. So who knows where she ended up. Visionary killers, these people are obeying the voices of God or Satan. Herbert Mullen's an example of that. He heard voices that directed him to self-mutilate and eventually to start killing people in order to prevent an earthquake in California. Okay, so he was psychotic. He had that sort of a delusional mindset. He was visionary, right? Mission-oriented. Many people think Jack the Ripper is this type of a serialist. They have a mission to, rid the world of like people who they deem to be unfit or are, not worthy of living. Team killers, loyalty is often the motive for the non-dominant member of the dyad. So with serial killers with teams, they're usually not egalitarian propositions. One person is dominant and in charge, right? And so the other people who belong to that team, often loyalty can be the reason. These are sometimes referred to as disciple serialists. The Manson family is a good example of that. The Manson girls, who you've probably heard of, were killing to prove to Charlie that they were loyal to him and that they'd do whatever he wanted. Revenge is another classification we talk about. Explosive Avengers is an example of that. Eileen Wuornos may fall into this category, although she may also have been a paranoid schizophrenic who was just preemptively killing people who, in her mind, she thought posed a threat to her. But she has been characterized by others as more the explosive Avenger type. Okay, so how many serial kills do we have a year? Well, we don't know. In the 1980s, the FBI thought it was around 5,000 a year. Steve Eggers, a criminologist, said, no, that's too low. It's more like 6,000. But if you look at the estimates today, they're usually between 100 and 200 annually. That is a huge change. That's probably too low. Kenna Quinnett has done some good work on that, and she thinks the estimate's probably more like 1,000 to 2,000. Just to give you a point of reference, the Uniform Crime Report has put homicides in the U.S. at between 15 and 20,000 a year over the last several decades. So if you're saying 5,000, that would be a big chunk of those, right? But the number, I think most people think that estimate is completely wrong, but we're probably higher than many of the contemporary estimates that are putting it in the hundreds. The reason why it's so hard to quantify the number of serial kills that we have is, well, one, definitional disagreement, right? You could see how those different definitions would exclude or include various forms of criminality. But also the dark figure of crime, which is crime we don't know about. So if no body is found, if it's misclassified, those don't get counted. Uncleared homicides. In the United States, in the last several decades, well, at least the last 2 or 3 decades, only about 60+% get cleared. Okay, so that means a whole lot of murders are not cleared. What cleared means is we've identified a suspect. We may not be able to convict him, but we've arrested him, right? We cleared the case. Well, a whole lot of homicides are never cleared, right? And so I think in the 80s, the assumption was made that anything that wasn't cleared was a serial kill, which we now know is not a reasonable assumption. But there is reason to think that uncleared cases probably represent serial killers disproportionately, because serial killers, if you're talking about males, not females, most serial killers are males. Most male serial killers do kill strangers. And stranger homicides are the hardest to solve, right? Because unless you've got good forensics, you've got nothing to go on. So there is reason to believe that a greater proportion of uncleared offenses are serial than the ones we clear, but certainly not all of them. Missing persons is another pool. At any given time in the United States, there's 100,000 active missing person cases. Some of those are probably serial victims. And then missing persons, people who never get reported. Many serialists focus on sex workers. Sex workers also tend to have disrupted relationships with their family of origin and other people who would normally report you missing, right? So in my hometown, St. Louis, Maury Travis killed at least 17 prostitutes, and not one of them had been reported missing. The police found the bodies, and then they went to his house and were able to get forensic evidence on the rest of them. But none of them had been reported missing. Okay, so who are serial killers? What's the profile? Well, there's this sort of myth that they're all highly intelligent white males who travel around the country killing as they go to avoid detection. That's sort of the myth, or at least the stereotype, right? But it's not borne out by empirical research at all. I told you the federal government doesn't gather data on serial killers, but 2 universities have developed a database, Radford and Florida Gulf Coast University. And if you're a criminologist and you're interested, they'll give you access to their database. You just have to prove you're affiliated with an academic institution. And they try to collect data on every serial kill in the country, but they have to use newspapers and stuff like that because the feds don't track it. Their data suggests that the average IQ is about 95 for serial killers, and the range is 54 to 186. So obviously there are some very bright serial killers, but they're not mostly really bright. Very few have college degrees. Most have high school or less, maybe some vocational training. They're often unemployed or underemployed. In other words, Gary Ridgway, who was a truck painter with a limited education and an 82 IQ, is much more common than the Herb Baumeister type serial killer who was well educated, ran a successful business. He's really the outlier. It's more likely that you'd be someone like Ridgway if you just look at the empirical record. In terms of race, the perception was serial killers were all white. But some recent data sets, particularly Hickey's recent work, suggests that African Americans are actually overrepresented among serial killers, consistent with their overrepresentation among people arrested for homicide in general. Looking at male soloists between 2004 and 2014, there were 205 of them out of 270 total identified serialists. Again, males and male soloists are primarily the people who are committing serial murders. Only 40% were Caucasian and 52% were African American. In the United States, there's regional variance, but overall, African Americans are about 15% of the population. Obviously, depending on where you're at, that can fluctuate, but just looking at the nation as a whole. And then Hispanics were about 5%, Middle Eastern and East Indian 2%. So you can see they're not by any means all white. In fact, the man who's currently been dubbed by the FBI as the most prolific U.S. serial killer is Samuel Little. He claims to have killed more than 90 victims, and his claims are backed up better than most. Not only have the feds been able to confirm over 50 of them, but he actually drew pictures. Like, he remembered everyone he killed, and he drew pictures of them and could give relatively specific information to law enforcement. And he got away with it for an awfully long time. He killed primarily African American women, many of whom were poor or drug addicted and involved in sex work. Many of the deaths, so the bodies were often found, but they just ruled them as an overdose, an accidental death, or undetermined. In other words, most of his victims, the police did not even investigate because they were, well, my assessment is the police regarded them as disposable, right? They didn't do what they probably should have done. One of the reasons that this myth of, oh, serial killers are all white may exist, what a lot of people think, and I think there's probably some merit to this argument, is that serial killers tend to hunt within their own ethnic group. They don't all, but the majority hunt within their own ethnic group. So if you were a white serialist, your victims are probably white. And some analysis suggests that there's just a greater emphasis on white serial killers because their victims are also white. And so they're killing, the victims just resonate more, the police pay more attention to those cases, the media pays more attention to those cases. Most serial killers do not travel around. It's a declining percentage. That may be a function of the urbanization of our society, and it's not as necessary to travel around in order to stay below the radar, but most don't anymore. Less than a third. 2/3 of them are defined as local, which means they live and kill in like the same area. A specific type of local killer, place specific, only about 10% of serialists, but they're responsible for almost double that proportion of victims. So place specific killers are people like nurses, angels of death who kill their patients, or somebody who works in a nursing home and smothers people who live at the nursing home, things like that. So we're really looking for people who aren't traveling around for the most part, which is not to say there aren't any traveling killers. Jesperson was obviously a traveling killer. In terms of sex, they're not all men. 10 to 15% are women. And some people think that the angel of death killers, that's primarily nurses who are primarily female, probably kill more than we realize. So some people argue that that number should be higher, because if you're killing people who are expected to die, you often raise no red flags, right? And you get away with it. You fly below the radar. But women and men who are serialists differ pretty substantially in terms of their MO and their motive. Men primarily kill strangers. Women primarily kill people they know. Husbands, children, things like that. Patients. Psychosexual motivation is common for men. It's the primary motive. It's one of those types: control, lust, thrill. For women, it's usually money. Money is the primary motive. Some sort of monetary or instrumental gain is associated with the kill. Men tend to like to kill in hands-on ways: strangling, bludgeoning, things like that. Women use poison a lot. Poison is frequently used by women, and part of it is they're killing people they know. So their best chance of getting away with it is to have it not recognized as a murder, right? Poison's more likely to give you that than if you bludgeon someone, right? They're going to say, well, gee, he's bleeding. That doesn't look accidental, right? Women are also more likely to be partnered, so women involved in serial killing are more likely to have a male partner. The FBI used to define them all as compliant victims. So if there was a woman killing with a man, they said, okay, she's just a compliant victim, like she's an abused woman, she's going along. And then Karla Homolka in Canada. I don't know if you're familiar with the Ken and Barbie killers or not, but Karla gave Paul her little sister, and that was their first victim. They killed her, right? And they killed 2 Canadian schoolgirls. She got the deal of a lifetime with the Crown by convincing them she was a compliant victim. They signed the deal, and then they found the videotapes of the actual homicides. And she was not a compliant victim. So we've had to rethink, the extent to which women are culpable and have agency in these crimes and aren't just, going along with their male partner. Okay, so in terms of theories, and how am I doing on time? I don't want to go over because I know you're...
Yeah, so 5 minutes more.
5 minutes more? Okay, I will, biologic, I'll go through this kind of fast. There is a strong correlation between head injuries, brain damage, and violent behavior. Not necessarily just serial, but any violent behavior, right? Quite a few serialists, if you look at their history, have a history of childhood head injuries. The Night Stalker, Ramirez, had several. John Wayne Gacy had several serious head injuries. Charles Whitman, who was the University of Texas tower shooter, he had been a model student, good guy, been in the military, married, clean record. They did an autopsy, he had a cancerous brain tumor. So there is probably something there. PET scans have also supported the idea that there's something different in the functioning of the brains of people who commit murder. In terms of psychological, most are psychopaths. They wear the mask of sanity. They don't look crazy. In fact, they're often not diagnosed with any mental illness till they're apprehended for being a serial killer, right? Psychotics are the ones that are more like Herb Mullen. They're hearing voices. They've had a break with reality. Psychopaths are in general more involved in crime. They're about 1% of the population, They're 20% of the people behind bars for crime, and they're 50% of the people behind bars for violent crimes. Okay, so they're very overrepresented among criminals in general. And most serialists, with the rare few who are psychotics, most are psychopaths. Psychoanalytical theory of crime suggests that an impulsive, id-dominated personality type will engage in that sort of behavior. So if they have those kind of urges, then that's what they will do. They don't have the superego acting as a brake on their behavior. Dr. Helen Morris looks just at serialists, and she thinks that serialists have never progressed beyond infancy emotionally. So they're just trying to satisfy whatever need or want they have, and or maybe addicted to killing. Antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder also have a strong correlation with serial killing. Not most narcissists are serial killers, thank goodness, but most serial killers are narcissists and obviously have antisocial personality disorder. Okay, I'm gonna skip down to the trauma and control model because I think it's kind of cool. It was developed specifically to explain serial killing, and it is good at taking in sort of ideas or concepts from other theories that have empirical support and folding them in to the theory. So biological, psychological, social factors can all be incorporated into this theory. So I'll let you look at it for a second, and then I'll talk about the pieces. Okay, so predispositional factors can be biological, sociological, or psychological. So they can borrow from other theories of crime, right? So, you know, head injuries, congenital brain defects, they can all be incorporated as predispositional factors. And the theory basically says they may or may not result in serial killing depending upon other aspects of that particular person's life. Facilitators are things that encourage or promote the development of homicidal acting out, and most serialists immerse themselves in these before they start killing and continue to engage in them throughout their killing career. Alcohol, drugs, pornography, occult materials. Ted Bundy, in his final interview, basically blamed porn. He was like, you know, I was exposed to violent porn as a kid, and that's what caused this. Trauma events, they're talking about here major traumas in serial killers' lives. They're not all abused as children. There's a few that aren't, but many of them have fairly horrific social histories in terms of abuse. And they're usually multiple trauma events. So, you know, the combined effect is exponential, not arithmetic. And rejection appears to be the primary trauma event suffered by serialists as children. Perhaps this aborts the socialization process. They never learn to attach. But they're either overtly rejected by their parents from an unstable or abusive home, parent dies or deserts them. They're almost all socially ostracized from their peer group. Very few of them have normal or stable peer relationships. And these are all these trauma events that have happened to them that sort of set them up. And then, of course, like everyone in life, bad things happen, right? Routine traumas, things that you wouldn't think would cause someone to do something like kill someone. But serialists don't have the coping skills to deal with them. And when they get re-traumatized, they act out. They believe it may be to reassert control. Fantasy is, especially violent fantasies, are strongly associated with serial killing and appear to be a pathway to that type of homicide. Do I need to stop now? Okay. Well, there's more. I have a PhD and a JD. I can talk for forever. But if you want to talk about serial killers later, come find me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was wonderful to hear you. So, wide issues which you have covered in respect of serial killing. So, psychological interventions. It started from the guardianships which require and their categorizations, a killer and their classifications. So, like motive, missionary, mission-oriented, loyalty, revenge. Missing persons number figure is quite huge, and we see the similarity between India actually. In India also, lakhs of children got missing every year, and the number of children who being found by the law enforcement agencies is a very small number. And ultimately, Supreme Court came heavily, and they say that okay, every missing children you must register case for initially for kidnapping, and then later on, if you don't find, convert them into trafficking. So even if it's unreported, we convert into cases of trafficking. Women are also 10 to 15% women who are also part of those serial killer network. Those most of them is considered as compliance victim. Overrepresentations of populations in prisons, etc. So wide issues we have discussed. So many things. There must be some questions in the audience mind, but we'll just keep the questions sessions little away. We'll hear the second panelist first, and then we'll go for questions answer sessions at the end. We'll give enough time for questions answer. I humbly request Professor Dr. Madhava Sundaram sir to take to dais, and you can address the audience on the topic translational criminology, converging policy and perspective, policy and practice. Sir, I'm sorry earlier, like many people who might see the word, we thought initially transnational, and sir corrected it, is not transnational, is translational criminology. So over to you, sir.
Dr. Sarfraz Ahmed Khan, Associate Professor of NUJS. Dr. Diane McGurry from St. Louis University, USA. And friends, I recognize the presence of Dr. Aravind Tiwari from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Dr. Prabha Unnithan, Dr. Asha Muguntan, Roshni Nair, Nandini, Dr. Mangoli, Simhakarna, Dr. Srinivasan, and if I have missed out a few names, it is basically not because of anything, but because of my limitations to my vision, only that. Having said that, Dr. Sarfraz was telling that it is transnational or translational. Well, transnational is a different cup of tea. Translational is what your Vice Chancellor wanted me to speak on. So I wanted to correct it. Otherwise, transnational would have been a lot more easier for me to speak than translational, which I had to sit and prepare. Anyway, having said that, the translational criminology, even though is a terminology which has been used in criminology for the last 3 decades, it is gaining importance when we start focusing in India too on policy making based on evidence. India has always been making its policies based on some evidence. Whether it is the Niti Aayog or the predecessor to that, the planning commissions of the state and the central government, always data was there. People play with data, and based on the data, they come out with policies. So evidence-based approach to the criminal justice issue, whether it is building prisons or teaching prisoners inside the jails or recruiting police officers, evidence was very important. And from the evidence, we focused on applied research. We must have learned what is applied research when we do our fundamentals in research methodology. And from applied research, we graduated to applied policies. So this is the process that we have gone through when we want to try to understand translational criminology. It is one person by name John Lobb. He was the director of the National Institute of Justice in USA. This guy was very much interested in translational criminology. He was actually zapped by this quantum called TC or translational criminology.
And he funded projects, almost 8 projects in the United States, through which he was trying to take decisions, develop policies based on data. So TC, or translational criminology, gained a lot of, during that period, it gained a lot of importance. What is translational criminology? It is basically a science research which produces some knowledge. That is what any research is supposed to do. Many times we do research which doesn't produce anything. That's a different story. But generally, you do research in order to produce some knowledge. And based on that knowledge, can we develop a policy through which we will be able to help the people? This is the basic rudiments of translational criminology. And when you develop a policy, from the policy, can a practice be made? Can we practice something out of the policy? That is the general idea. Now, why did we start doing it? In 2008, the United States had a fiscal crisis, and because of which they were not able to spend a lot of money on the welfare services of the prisoners, welfare services of the police, and so on and so forth. They wanted to cut the funds, and then this they found was a better way to do it, and so they wanted evidence. If you want money, give us the evidence. So that was the starting point. But there are issues. When you talk in terms of research and a policy based on research, there are issues. Researchers generally use jargons. They talk in a language in circles which a policymaker finds it very difficult to understand. If the research is very clear, very easily understandable, then it is policy making out of that particular research is a lot more clearer. If it is in a jargon, if it is very difficult to interpret, then making a policy out of a research becomes a problem. So this is the relationship between the type of research that we do, more importantly, the type of reports that we submit, whether a common man, a bureaucrat, understands it. Why there is a problem for a bureaucrat to understand it, I will come to it a little later. At this point of time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to raise 3 important questions. I'm very good at raising 3 important questions and try to answer them. Today morning also I did it. When you look at the issue of translational criminology, what are the common barriers? Why is it very difficult? This is the first question, which probably we will have to look at. The second question is factors, how to overcome these barriers. Are there any ways in which we can overcome the barriers which are naturally present there to understand translated criminology? And once we cross these 2 barriers, what are the mechanisms through which we can communicate the findings of the research? What are the different ways in which we can so that there is an awareness created out of it? So these are the 3 questions I thought I will answer. If you look at the barriers of transactional criminology, the first thing is the research is very difficult to use. You use a lot of analytical techniques. You use sequential equation modeling in research. You use a lot of data. You use a lot of findings based on the data. Halfway through the research, people get themselves lost. It's very difficult unless you are a trained mind. We are all academics. We have been doing research. We have been publishing research. So for us, going through the data is not very difficult. But for an untrained mind, like a policy maker, it is going to be a difficult process. So this is the first thing. If the research report is too technical, can we extract an understandable format, not among ourselves, but to the policy maker? That is precisely what is the executive summary supposed to do. So that is one way of overcoming the barrier. So this is the first issue. Research by itself is a complicated process. Report writing is even more complicated. And we will also like to keep it more complicated, use words, which is very difficult for a common man. Whichever field you come from, each field has got its own jargon. We like to use them quite often. Second thing is the leadership is not very, very supportive. When it comes to policy making, they have a set of ideas under which they operate. And when you go and talk about research, evidence, many times they find it very difficult. There may be one person in that organization who probably understands, supports, has got the leadership to make you to do it. If you are able to identify that single person, probably we will be able to contribute. Otherwise, generally, leadership, the person at the top, whether it is the principal secretary education or the principal secretary in charge of any portfolio, generally is not interested because on a daily basis, he has been attacking problems one after another. The third important barrier is the ideology that I subscribe as a policy maker. I can be a politician, and as a politician, I am more interested in the feelings of the people. If the people in a particular locality are afraid of victimization, to me, as a politician, to the ideology that I subscribe to, that is a dangerous situation because people are feeling bad. After all, they are going to vote me to power. If you go as a professor of criminology and say, no, actual crime rate is very high in that area, only the perception is very high. Because of the perception, the fear of victimization, he says, come on, you keep the data with you. It is very nice for you. You are an academic, you keep the data, you meddle with the data. For me, feelings are very important because these feelings actually convert into vote. So in politics, ideology plays a very important role. Then there is a differential training. I told you some time back, the policy maker speaks a different language, the academic speaks a different language. Who is an academic? We all train research scholars, research fellows, even MSc, MA students. What do we ask them to do? We ask them to go for a data, collect the data, collate the data, look at the data, put it through a set of statistical analysis, make some inferences out of it, write a report based on it, publish it in academic articles, journals. This is what we are trained. What are you after? You are basically after the exactitude of what is there happening in the situation. This is how we are trained. My professor trained me like that, your professor trained you like that, you are training some people, and then you have groups of people coming out of your institution who are focused on these areas. This is training for us. Compare it to the training which a policy maker, whether he is a politician or a bureaucrat, two people who actually who are very much closer to policy. How is he trained? He is trained in a different angle. He conducts a review meeting, finds out the problem, makes a compromise, and solves the problem. That is his way of looking at it. Are we anywhere near it as researchers? So we speak in different languages, basically because of the differential training that we have undergone. I being an academic has gone through a particular process. He being a decision maker and a policy maker has gone through a different process. So there is a differential training, which many times is a barrier to understand our research or to make policies out of the research that we conduct. And then basically out of poor relationships. What is poor relationships? As an academic person, I am highly independent. I don't subject myself to anybody's authority. All of us are like that. That is why you are an academic. If you are not this, you will no more be an academic. So you are highly independent. There, everything is according to a particular order. So there is basically, you don't fit each other. There is a problem in the relationship. But if you are able to communicate to a joint secretary in the ministry, if you are able to communicate to an undersecretary or a joint secretary in your secretariat, if you are able to maintain a relationship, make to understand each other, then you are overcoming the barrier. Some of the successful professors who do a lot of work for the government have somehow managed this relationship issues, but it is still a problem. Then there is always a budget fiscal concern. There is no money. Anytime you ask, it is deferred for better times. This is what normally they tell you. In India, it is very famous. You ask for budget for any research, they always say it is better for deferred. Deferred for better times actually means your proposal is very good. I don't have the money to give you. That's all. Anybody gives you this. So that's what it means. So budget fiscal concerns are always there. But the problem is, I don't give you the money to do the research, But when there is a dying problem coming up in the society, you look at the academician and ask him for a solution. What the hell is he supposed to do? You have never funded, you have not asked him to collect the data, look at the data. But when there is an issue, somehow you think that he has got a magic hat through which he will be able to come to you with a solution. So that is an issue. And then crisis, once there is a crisis, sometimes crisis happens in a society. One single case will take you 10 years back. One single case. I will give you section 15 of the Juvenile Justice Act for you. One single case. You have developed over a period of the last 15 years, you have come to a particular level. And now you have brought in section 15 where you have a psychological assessment in a country where there are probably 1,500 psychiatrists. The law tells psychiatrists, and then psychologists, probably, I don't know, you have a few thousand psychologists. And all of them living near some urban spaces, where if you go to a village area, you generally don't find a psychologist. So how do I get the report? How do I take a decision? Issues. Why it has happened? In one single case has taken you back by 15 years. So crisis driven, one event actually makes you to look at the data differently. And then finally, time constraints. We are all professors, we conduct research. How do we conduct research? You go to UGC, asks for funding. You ask for funding. You go to ICSSR, ask for funding. They normally give you 3 years' time. They call you major research project. They give you 3 years' time. Some of us must have done also consultancy work for the government, consultancy work for UNICEF, UNODC and all that. They give you 30 days, 60 days. Time duration that is being given to conduct the same type of research is very, very short. In fact, I still remember when I was doing how do the minorities look at what image do they have of the police, they gave me 30 days with the condition that 31st day I will have to give the report. I will not at any cost give you. So this is the type of research that the time constraints plays a very, very important role. Then how do you overcome the relationships? This is the second question. How do you overcome the barriers? Basically, I told you, it's basically the relationship that you maintain with people in the powers that be, whether it is a politician. They have a lot of money to give you, provided you have a relationship, provided they trust you. The trust comes basically out of relationship, the opinions that you have got, the perceptions that you produce. And then evidence-based movement. What is evidence-based movement? You can start groups, you can start activities through which you will be able to tell them what is happening, what are the ways in which you are focusing on the different departments. So that is very much a possibility. Then you have supportive leadership. If you have one person within your organization or within the powers that be, if you are able to talk to him, convince him, then probably he will be able to convince his boss. Many times, I know Tata Institute placed one of its members as a research officer in the corrections department. Nobody was happy. The department was not happy. He was also not happy because he was speaking in a different language, the academic language. The DG was speaking a different language, the bureaucratic language. And I think within a period of 1 or 2 years, maybe, I don't know why Asha is laughing. She remembers the person also. He was there within 2 years and he was happy to go out of the entire system. Many times it happens like that. Okay, so supportive leadership is very, very important. The person who appointed the person from Tata Institute is a supportive leadership. The next person does not understand what the hell is going on and why is he coming here. He has been given a chair, table, desk and a place, but I don't understand what he is processing. Many times there are research and development wings attached to government offices. The people there don't understand the meaning of research. Many times they don't understand the meaning of how development comes out of research also. So these are actually data collection centers, which nobody collates and nobody looks at it many times. So leadership actually counts a lot of ways in which you come out of it. And then the type of research that we do, many times, we are also not very clear. We are very close to a problem. We take up the problem. We try to reach to the data concerned with it and whether it is actually useful to the society. There is Every proposal, whether it is the University Grants Commission and the ICSSR, which actually asks you, what is the significance of your study? We write lot of stories there. Lot of stories, by the time you come to the last sentence, you forget the first sentence and everybody is confused. We are very good at it. So you write significance. So unless the significance is there, many times, that is not going to help us. And then the most important thing, the last important thing is the cross-training. Ask the bureaucrat and come and sit in your college or in your institution, talk to your students. You go and talk to their office people. If there is cross-training, capacity building happens, then we understand people. We understand research. They understand our language, we understand their language, and then we will be able to do it. If you sit in committees which actually, along with a bureaucrat or a politician to vet through the proposals, then many times we also understand their language. Unless you sit with them, you don't understand. You sit with them in the recruitment process, you sit with them, create a dialogue, then I think it is very much a possibility. So that is the second question which I wanted to answer. The third question which I probably raised was mechanisms of research dissemination. How do we do it? If it is a government, where do you seek, for example, data? If it is a government data, we all feel that it is very good. We all look at the NCRB crime data, knowing fully well it represents only 33% of the data, the remaining 66% is just not there. So you look for, people are very happy if it is a government data. So if there is a place where there is a repository with data, there is a website called Kaggle, not Google, Kaggle. If you go to a website called Kaggle, all researchers who collect lot of data for their own purposes, whatever it is, maybe a paper, maybe something, they put their data there. But how far it is correct, we don't know. But there are repositories like that. And then practitioner conference. Normally when you come out with applied research or a research based on which you want to develop a policy, Srinivasan organized, Dr. Srinivasan Madras University organized one last week. Arvind Tiwari and myself, we went there, where we dissect and discuss the research, the methodology, the findings, and the suggestions that he has given. It took a day for us, but still we do it. And for that meeting, the person who is in charge, the bureaucrat who is in charge of it, comes and sits there and listens to. The entire day she was sitting with us. This is how probably you look at practitioner conferences, where we go and create a dialogue with them. And that sometimes happens what is called as peer networking. There is a person, there is a professor always. If you are a principal secretary of education, you have at least one professor in your mind whom you call and say, this is happening, what do you have got to say? A balanced professor who tells you, nothing can be done, please leave the place immediately. At least he tells you that. That still is a decision to be taken. So, special interest groups, peer networking probably in the process helps you. And then there is a growth of private policy and research organizations. At least in the recent past, I think you find in every field, whether it is corrections, whether it is police research, decision making, you have private policy, which is very much private policy research organizations are there. So through which also we will be able to take, understand, make policy. So ladies and gentlemen, I raised 3 questions. The 3 questions which I raised were the common barriers of translational criminology, factors to overcome barriers and mechanisms of research dissemination. And I tried to answer all these 3 questions. If there are any questions, if I know the answers, I'll be honest to tell you. If I don't know the answers, at least honestly, I will accept I don't know the answers. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir. So we all were listening him, and he shows about our aim to making policy based on evidence based research, and then he started his topic. And the 3 questions which he says. So now it's left for us to give answer to those questions. He has raised the issues and all of us has to struggle to find the questions answer to this. So now we'll open for the questions answer session. So both the panelists, you can ask any questions to them, and I ask one volunteer to take the mic and anyone who is asking the questions. Please raise your hand so that my volunteers can give microphone to you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Jain, Regraj Jain from ICFA University, Hyderabad. Ma'am, I have a question for you. We were just asked a lot of knowledge with regard to the serial killers here. Now, if they have been apprehended, is the psychological aspects and testing is being done on that particular person to find out the exact cause of his serial killing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Ma'am, we just discussed about the serial killers.
Right.
So if the serial killer is being apprehended, is there a psychological testing done on the particular person to find it out? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the behavioral science unit of the FBI, Dr. O'Toole is probably the one who is probably the most groundbreaking. Oh, sorry. So yes, the behavioral science unit. Well, if they'll talk to them, if the serial killer is willing to talk to them, they will talk to the killer. Dr. O'Toole did that for years. She headed it up. I'm sure there's other people at the behavioral science unit now, but she's probably the most famous for doing that. They absolutely do that. It's interesting. Female serialists are a lot less willing to talk. But there are some male serialists who are real chatty Cathys. They'll talk to anybody who wants to talk to them. So they'll talk to criminologists, and Keith Jesperson is one of them, which is why I'm picking him for the case study. But yeah, they definitely do, but you're right, if you're asking about the retrospective diagnosis, often they're not diagnosed as antisocial or narcissist till after their crimes come to light. So how much is that affecting the diagnosis? Because you already know who you're dealing with.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Because actually this is very, in India we have very, this thing, because many case killers, we have seen it. But the courts, I think we do not have much of the psychological analysis of these biases. Because especially when we look at the analysis of these serial killers or murderers, in India we have very less inputs about their analysis of the mind. Because the criminal mind is actually not been analyzed, the reasons for what it is being done. So especially has been telling in US, is it this done? That's why I want to find it out. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now it's open to everyone. Anyone who wants to ask any questions. Yes, please take yours. So I request all the people who are asking questions, please introduce yourself and then ask questions.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir. This is Raghav Kimoti. I'm a student at NUJS only. So, ma'am, during your presentation, you talked about how there are, different sort of classifications done to the serial killers, and one of them is the purpose behind their, actions. So, you said that there might be lust. That's one of the reasons. Thrill, but in my basic understanding, when I've gone to study a very limited amount about the serial killers, I have sort of concluded that every single time when we try to look at why did that, like be it the famous sort of serial killers, be it Ed Kemper, be it the Ted Bundy, like Golden State Killer recently got arrested in the US. So all those serial killers have never been, like the experts have never been able to answer why did they do this. Everyone had different purposes, maybe, like Ed Kemper had that trauma, like it was his mother that he blames.
They always blame the mom, don't they?
Exactly. So those sort of things. So, like, as a student, is there any, how to put it, is there any need of classifying them? Because if there is it serving any sort of purpose when trying to, say that why did this person go on, a killing spree or something like that?
Well, I think a lot of the classifications are aimed at helping us figure out, are there certain MOs, are there certain motives that are associated with certain types of killers. They also look for commonalities and background characteristics and stuff like that. Many lust killers like Jeff Dahmer are necrophiles or interested in other sexual practices where they're not going to attract a willing partner. And so paraphilia becomes a driving force for those killers. That's very different than someone like Bill Gunnis who's just doing it to make money, right? And so I think the classifications do help us get an understanding of why this person is acting the way they're acting and how they're acting. And so I think that's why we use them when we find them useful in academia. I don't know if they'd help you catch somebody beforehand, but they might help you understand it afterwards.
So like a follow-up to that, so do you think there is possibly a way in future that we can, get to the root? Like even right now, I presume that, when we say that it's the childhood trauma that made him do it, it's sort of a probability that it's highly probable that Ed Kemper did all of the murders because he was traumatized as a child. But is it a surety that, we can say that it was this reason? And if not, is there a way like that can be developed in future to be actually accurate about it and not just, make probable guesses?
The social sciences aren't like the bench sciences. You really can't prove things with certainty really in the social sciences. You've got an empirical basis for your argument, but studies don't always agree. And I think that in the social sciences, why I think it's so interesting is you really can make arguments different ways, right? And you can look at the data and interpret the data differently. So I don't think we'll ever come to a point where we could say, if you get this score on Hare's psychopath checklist, you're going to be a serialist. I don't think we're ever going to get there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I think there's another persons at the last row. You can go. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir. So I have a question for you. So you say there should be a dialogue, at least we should try to establish a dialogue between the academicians and the bureaucrats. Now, bureaucrats or mostly bureaucrats, they do have this, the predecessor-successor syndrome. So even if you establish a dialogue with, say, X person, X may be shifted at any point of time, and the Y person who comes in, you perhaps cannot establish a dialogue, and you go back to square one. So, sir, in this type of situation, and so far as Bengal is concerned, political pressure is a very big factor. So in this type of situation, we just say system, but how do we negotiate with the system in this type of situation?
Very difficult. It is very difficult. I don't have any rule of thumb through which I can tell you, you go through this process, instead of X, Y also will accept you. It is not going to be the case. There is something called acquired immediate predecessor deficiency syndrome, AIPD as I call it. Everybody has got it. This teacher feels that the past HOD is a very bad guy, he was taking wrong decisions. Generally, it is not supposed to happen in bureaucracy, especially among IAS officers, because they are trained for it. They are trained for it. They know that one IAS officer will never find fault with another, like how professors find fault with their predecessors and successors, which will not happen. But generally, the only way is if you've got expertise, if you're designating the expertise in the ways in which I am telling you, then there is every possibility the person may come to you or may not come to you. But there is no shortcut to it. The only thing is you are available. If the person doesn't use your services, you still get your salary, you still get your sleep, two important things in life. So don't worry about it. All that is what we can tell. And wait for the next person to come and probably you can talk to them. If they call you for some presentation, go with a good presentation so that with data you will be able to talk to them. That is the only way out of it.
Thank you, sir.
Volunteers, can you go on the last seat? Yeah, I'll come to you, ma'am, next. Yeah. The last person who asked question is Professor Tumpa. She has not introduced herself. She is teaching sociology, a criminologist, and her research, she has done excellent research on community policing in Calcutta.
Good evening, ma'am. Good
Please
evening,
introduce
sir.
yourself also. Yeah.
I'm Garima. I'm also a student at NUJS. So, ma'am, my question was for you. I'll just ask this question from a very basic understanding. So, ma'am, my understanding about murder or serial killers is that all of us come with a basic understanding that murder is wrong And like, yes, all of us have this basic classification of what is wrong, what is right. So what I essentially wanted to ask is, do we have a particular list of factors, or do we have any any particular determinant through which we can establish that for these serial killers or for murderers in general, when did this the demarcation between right and wrong went away? Like, how do... So my question essentially is, do we have a list of factors from where we can say that, you know, this normal understanding, this mass understanding of this is right and this is wrong and murder is wrong went away for them?
Okay, well, there are some theories that deal with that. Like Hershey's social control theory talks about the social bond that tends to stop or repress criminality. So, you know, attachments to others is part of it, but also beliefs is part of it, right? And so beliefs are a bit idiosyncratic, right? So but I do think that there is a role. Like if you think it's okay to kill, the other thing that a lot of serialists do is they compartmentalize. So certain people are people. They treat them okay. Like Gary Ridgway, for example, seemed to have had a healthy relationship with his third wife, Judith. It also seemed to correlate with a reduction in his killing. So his bond to her may have helped. He also reported that she got him involved in her Pentecostal church. He started reading the Bible, and that his attitudes towards women and people in general changed a bit. So I do think belief probably plays a role, and I think criminology, some theories do actually try to incorporate that in explaining the behavior. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. My name is Shreya Gosalia. I'm from NFSU. I'm a student over there. I had a question for you, sir. Sir, you emphasized on the importance of establishing a link between academicians and bureaucrats and politicians. But as you said, academicians, they are independent creatures, right? They do their own thing. They do their own research, and they are very independent in whatever they do. But on the other hand, bureaucracy and politicians, there is always a hierarchy. So if we are to establish a link between these two entities, there is going to be some sort of conflict because of the different administration styles. How do we overcome that conflict?
There are two ways of working at it. One is the conflict will definitely be there. Your first meeting, they are not going to accept you. Even if you are going to talk to them, tell them that this is what you do, this is what your mandate as an institution is. They may hear you, they may not hear you. Probably you give them a few pamphlets and you give them a few research studies that you have done. They may read it, they may not read it. Reading research reports, as I told you, is also a difficult process because we write it in a language which only we understand. Sometimes, maybe they call you for a presentation, you make a presentation, you complicate the presentation to such an extent nobody understands except you. Many times it happens. So these are barriers that we have in our mind. We have created these barriers. But there is every possibility there must be a person who probably wants to really do. He feels that by data findings, he will be able to take a policy based on it. So there is every possibility. It rarely happens. But at least when you leave your card with him and come, he knows that there is a person here in this institution who might be able to help. That is the maximum that you will be able to do it. This is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is, I still don't understand IPS and IAS officers are crazy about doing PhD. Supposing if he wants to come and do PhD with you, please take them. Please take them. Don't wait for UGC passed, net passed candidates and all that. Take these people, because through him you will be able to reach many people. That is one way of solving the problem. If you are guiding people, then take it. If any IAS officer, I don't know, there is some craze. Within a lot of, I think Arvind must have guided about 4 or 5 people, all IPS officers. I am guiding, I think, 4 people. Srinivasan, how many are you guiding? 3, 5. See 5 people. So through each person, you will be able to get 10, 15 people. And that way, finally, this gives you a satisfaction. It doesn't get you anything else. It gives you a satisfaction. You have done a research. Based on this research, some policy have evolved, and that policy is being practiced. a protocol or a process has been evolved, and this gives you a satisfaction. More than satisfaction, it doesn't give you anything. So PhD is the second route which I suggest, which is a lot more easier route.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I
sir.
think there are more questions you can take to the students, yeah.
Greetings to sir, ma'am, all of you. My question is to ma'am. Ma'am was talking about certain cases. I'm Shomika. I've completed my LLM from Calgary University. So ma'am was talking about certain cases where there are no forensic evidences, but we find certain journal entries, diary entries, and confessions. So ma'am, did you come across any such case, or what happens in such a situation where like you find a diary entry? How can you be sure that the person has written it in a sane mind, or that he has actually done it? Like maybe he is a narcissist who has not committed so many crimes, but he wants to give himself credit of having committed so many crimes. Or maybe he is a schizophrenic who thinks that he has done these things, or but he hasn't. So is there any way to find out what has actually happened without forensic evidence or like proper solid evidence just from the psychology or study of the person?
Well, I mean, they always try to corroborate, statements like that. And I can't think of a case where someone was convicted only on their diary entry with absolutely no other evidence. So I think that might be hard, because the defense attorney could come in and say, he's schizophrenic, he's this, he's that, that's not reliable. But they can match a handwriting sample, and that can help you. This was not a serial case I prosecuted. It was a different kind of case. And somebody gave me his diary, and we were able to get a forensic match of the handwriting. That wasn't the whole case. I mean, I brought in witnesses, and I did other things as well. But boy, that diary helped, right? So I think that it's very useful if you could find that, but I don't know if you'd be able to get a conviction with absolutely nothing else.
So it's just a big helping hand at this point.
Oh yeah, because it kind of points you in the right direction.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
There is a thin line between hunger and anger, so I don't want to keep the session longer. So last questions, yeah, please.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Achin Jana. I'm a PhD scholar of this university and also an advocate. Ma'am, my question is, I found that you have referred certain factors for this serial killing, like biological factors, psychological factors, mostly acquired factors that I found in biological sections. But is there any congenital factors out there, or is there any kind of genetical factors have been researched who have culminated into this serial killing?
Yes, there is some genetic research going on, and genetic predictors of having an aggressive personality and things like that. I'm not involved in that because I'm not a bench scientist. But yes, there is some research like that going on. I think you asked me if there was congenital.
Yes.
Yeah, I think if you have a congenital defect that affects your amygdala or your prefrontal cortex, either it's causative or you lack the suppressive effect on the limbic system, that could correlate with violent behavior just as easily as traumatically induced brain injury could.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks to Ma'am Diane McGurray, and thanks to Professor Dr. P. Madhava Sumasundran. I request we should have a whole round of applause for the sirs for excellent sessions. Thank you for making it interesting. Thanks to all the participants also for actively participating and asking questions in these sessions, making the sessions lively. So we comes to end of this session. So for our academic work for the day is over with these sessions. But yes, there are something more waiting for you. We have arranged excellent cultural programs from our students. So you can realize that our students are not only based in law, but they are based in other extracurricular activities also. And you will definitely enjoy the cultural programs to be organized by our students just in a few minutes' times, and followed by excellent dinner. Hope you will enjoy our hospitality. So thank you everyone for joining this session. Thank you, sir.